继续，至少给他玩个一轮。啊，内容实在是咬文嚼字，痛苦。要顺东西。从哎呀，工会老大不是下班了吗？被困住啊！会老大10点后就下班了，对啊，下班了，哭啊！哇塞，还没哦。
A large table with 2 huge vacuum-insulated thermal coffee dispensers. Someone has forgotten a small plastic card next to the stacks. You snatch up the red plastic card. It features a black contour of a crane lifting a
欢迎获得。会卡，要回家喽。
rusting control panel with several no screech of metal when you push the button.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and a security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. That's right. You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? There's no reason. 3 days ago, the RCM emerged. During that time, the victim had been stripped. Okay then. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Good.
Do not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamique. True, I said nothing about our personal dynamic. That
还是因为要死亡回归。可是玩家拥有死亡回归，还要回家。
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next...
You must be joking.
It's not easy to...
interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Maybe you can wrangle some coins out of his pocket.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I don't have money for you if there's...
不是下班喽。
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
不给睡啊！你睡个觉都那么可怜，太惨了。车
Inside, you see a set of steering leads.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier. Yes, there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights.
可阿看形象。往南。
Of indicator lights, this panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon butter. A rusting control. This panel usually closes the water lock. Turning it, you pull the lever all the way up until the metal... Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold... A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Some other way.
Oh, son.
Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Oh, son. It's...
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Smells like worn cotton. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy. Hell yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar. A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. Most people don't think that the man from Yelmdale really existed, but they're wrong. I mean, even if the man from Yelmdale didn't exist before the...
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite...
It's for the best, because Eamdal is not a real place, and thus he could not have gone there. His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting.
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I deal in goods, not services. 2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? I sympathize, I do. But this is a full 2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
You should. 2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
But why? You'll just have to buy it then. But it's not like it's expensive.
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side.
Sniffing is okay. But please don't. Welcome to Hyundai office.
Typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but this would make quite a statement in your living room.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's...
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of... You have to admit it's rather clever.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation, large or small, has a... Well, there are the costs. The most important transformation is the...
Okay, that checks out.
$700 real. A bargain, I dare say. There's also the matter of rewiring, but the 700 real. Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and...
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats. If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, big men on big horses, clad in...
I used to be very serious about my Franco-Nigerian knights.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are...
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive.
You're probably talking about the I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win. I don't like either set very much, to be honest. But there are many...
This set of soldiers.
You're probably talking about... I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. Okay. I don't like either set.
This set of soldiers.
You're probably I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. Well, I don't like either set very much, to be honest.
This set of...
You're probably I think their poverty is... Maybe.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinket. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse. A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
Oh, that's the headless phone rider.
无头骑士
The headless phone rider. It's an urban legend. About a man, 50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think... Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you. If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away.
Photonic sensitivity is not generally acknowledged by the...
I do appreciate it.
6. 嗯？你是不是有时间限制？再试一次啊！
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light.
Oh no, not at all.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe. feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them. I've had to take it. You know, since the People's Pile clean.
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned.
The People's Pile was a Type U particle decay generator that failed immediately after entering service, releasing radioactive waste into River Esperance. A primitive nuclear reactor, also called a pile. Construction began during the Commune of Revachol. The people continued work on it. Needless to say, things didn't work out. An emergency valve defect resulted in steam pressure blowing the turbine, taking the fuel containment vessel up in the explosion. Both the faulty design and lack of finances contributed to the catastrophe.
We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a...
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. There's a reason why everyone... So much disappointment. And early deaths. Cancer mostly.
老板还是
And
个
we
好
knew
人
all that was coming. No one's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to
人
happen?
民的反应炉
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forberg as I can. I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
You said you'd done it before, yeah?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire. He won't be your nog, but he won't be thrilled about this either.
If you say so. Here you go, man. Of course.
就这样给我。
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mess?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant...
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spirit.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
店嘛。
Hello, hello. Let me. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have. I do my best to keep my distance.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
哇嘞，是哇，会死掉。
Despair creeps into you. Getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Fuck me? Please leave the rage you have.
Nothing you can say would. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him.
拼贴或下回画落啊，也安尼啊。
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with it. I doubt it. I do my
He doesn't know any.
best.
He doesn't know anything. The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dime.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were under, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit. Truth be told, she was
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You.
Of course. Sure thing. Sure, man. Hello, hello. Sure, let me have a look. I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
诶，记得这3箍。
Another time, perhaps.
最终 跟我的枪。来实验一下。加这个的货，会整排的。啊，这个不能直接加。香烟加一，回家睡觉啦。
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Please, call.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes?
周一，现在是周一。哎，刚你怎么？
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes. Guess what's yours? No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, Liquid Shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say that. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. That won't happen.
干嘛？回家再说。
This is the door to the room you read.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit... I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a...
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's,
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor.
yes. It's been a long and eventful day. Well, but we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great. It's not my job to evaluate your... We didn't get to meet Eva Claire, but we did get into the harbor. We didn't talk to the Wildman's rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? It's impressive. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. Well, but we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. We are both doing our best under the... We didn't get to meet Eva. We didn't talk to... Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. It's impressive. Nice shoes, by the way. I like... Well, but we performed a thorough... It's not my... We didn't talk... Above all, though, today... It's impressive. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with... Well, but we performed... It's not my job. We didn't talk... Above all, though, today was exhausting. It's impressive. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebel Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is important. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not... Yes, although officers of the RCM have been known. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion, you know. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary. You have to supply compelling evidence. Not a good position to be in, but we don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies. The coalition government. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to... Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol or the coalition government. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the Moralinton leases us the right to keep the...
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just...
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not.
Something kind and something almost something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from BMI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside,
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous cloud, an aerostatic passes overhead. The whiskers of its floodlights on the ground.
they really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our system. Me too. But I wouldn't...
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In '38, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite, amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the '30s, and also as a warning.
物的验证的。
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Use AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA. The public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, you would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on. Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking, he must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaint, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. Who knows? Those pages are missing. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, they were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up. And no, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor, beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for life. Mills didn't get off the pot, not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the... No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
强暴你的耳朵，然后就怀孕了。
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect, no one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing, just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of
现在就跟家伙分开了，可以去公园坐。
It is the dead of night. Now is not the time for sitting, but for sleeping.
哎，崔家小姐。
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick. The door is... This door can only be... Still nothing.
Wow, 亲人。
front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct. After rifling the page, the magazine is divided into several sections. International developments. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, but like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, you flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of this section includes. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that. It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative. According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately known to his people, has recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV. Of course not. The article makes plain that this is man on bear, or in some cases, woman on bear. According to the SRV's Ministry of Information, the program has been This is the SRV we're talking about. If you think those are the real numbers, there's probably a guy who wants to sell you a bridge in La Chette. What are you, a statistician? You flip back to the front of the magazine. The tape, it takes a moment, but why they decided to title. As you leaf through this section, you come across several. The main feature, though, is the Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdote. Instead, you find yourself skimming. Where to even start? For one, so all of it, basically. Oddly enough, this article has, there's no way those are. Have you ever met anyone named Exilus? Under capitalism, the article says, thus, the so-called tournée, and that precisely is what's problematic about it. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races. You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tournée is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. Unsurprisingly, much of you skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of, this must be Gaston's handiwork. One of the editorials proclaims that you flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of unsurprised, you skim the. Finally, this must be Gaston's handiwork. According to these editorials, it goes on to. You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprised, you skim the. Finally, this must be Gaston. The writer G. Martin. It's true. The rentiers have been bleeding. You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprised, you skim the. Finally, there's a. This must be Gaston's. According to these editorials, judging from the context, it's. You flip back to the front of the magazine. Unsurprised, you skim the headline. Finally, there's. This must be Gaston. The eternal Thus, you flip back to the front of the magazine.
结果什么都没发生。
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. Of course you do. Maybe some regulations and a usual pistol to go with them? It's official. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let... Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a cast. Done and done. No actual communiques. What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political. The air suddenly feels calmer. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times. Incrementally. History's greatest catastrophe. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost. The kingdom is difficult, partly because humanity... It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
不要道德卫士。
What you want is immaterial. The kingdom...
不要做会道人事。花技能点。会搞搞。
The bed is cold and not... The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eye. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into smells of alcohol and sweat and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over, a bit tense in the muscles. Relax. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of it, something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images.
连睡觉都要撸一下。哎，家伙，我线上面代志，我会做梦。哦，第四口。
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. Do you remember? remember your wife's hand on your face. You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface, you really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. Everything. The pale. You really dropped the ball, Harry. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
哦，还会补血。 啊，视力恢复了。对，抽烟跟喝酒是暂时的。食薰钙唔好。
Good going, buddy. Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world. Of course, Martinez is Speed Central. You just gotta poke around. You and Speed will be happy again. You will make her come home. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters slip out of your...
42%嘞。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with it's too late. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out. It's too late. Like an image.
有42%哎。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist.
42%试了4次都公估的几率有多高？88%嘞。 给他抽头哎。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into... You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough. Told you that you need... The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression. The bed is still cold from...
哦，这是早餐区哦。哎呦！
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. Everything points to the dock workers' union. The tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't men who drink beer for breakfast? I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own, but aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that...
man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging. He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign for. The mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers. The man says a couple of sentences in that. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirits. Clever move by the Union.
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, very special borscht indeed. Turn it up and then ask for some yourself. Turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half a bottle of vodka into the pot. With a whistle, he stirs the brew. He smiles and nods enthusiastically and, chattering away in his language, ladles some brew into a small thermal cup, then hands it to you. He smiles. It's almost like music, especially with
心智。一些临时性的，这个为什么会破图啊？本来就这样吗？超怪的。啊！
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time?
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. Please don't trouble yourself about the union office. Probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary, the manager, was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. But I was also hoping
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine.
But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly... But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be...
The water lock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust... Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize...
That's one opinion, yes. And people...
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they...
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline. But you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need...
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame.
The lieutenant pulls out.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I'll buy a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. We hit it off and...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore...
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid.
Ah yes, Phasmatodia. A diverse...
Where other phasmids imitate stick, hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing...
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishments... Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be...
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glove.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how... Oh dear. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
会42%，超级有阴影。
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still...
42%。
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
You're an
去你
enthusiastic
的
idiot,
42%。
but you're still.
照机理来说，第三赛
Oh, hello, dear.
应该超
There you
容
are
易命
again.
中的。
There's really no point in manipulating
Yeah.
anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her
误
work.
差范围
Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He nods and assumes, ooh, tough choice there.
That would be the giant of Kokonur.
不可能
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes. Mirage or a psycho. No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a Fata Morgana.
Hui. No animal can be that large.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limit. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow...
Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
The lieutenant pauses.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have...
Well, the smallest cryptid is the Cryobacter catlensis, a unique bacterial colony Mijanu found had remained. Mijanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life. Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial.
It's actually a little hard to see. But do go on.
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging. But also, we can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream. Yes, it's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in... Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. Yes, it has amazing... Indeed, there is. It's our closest, which is to say the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our...
Ma'am, you're confusing him.
Please don't misunderstand me. Those zeolites do...
Yes, advantages such as the flakier texture of zeolite earwax, or so I've heard.
The gnome of Jeroma. Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved. It was, reportedly, a small creature with webbed fingers, and a couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared, and it still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the...
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it instead. All the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself.
Alas. Always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. What an interesting question.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. It's name means thin whisper of sound, and
Kolda Mama Dakwa can also be translated as
yes, that's another translation. Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mama d'Aqua makes...
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but it could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights. Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain... The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mama d'Aqua. They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mama d'Aqua they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work, they tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mama d'Aquas.
psst. They cancel each other.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, after that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfold...
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what? I'm glad you like them, but I'm not really one to tell you about all of them. You should ask my...
You know...
Of course, officers. Is there a... I'm glad you like them, but I'm not real...
自动输出，好心。不知道什么，嘣了一声。有点可怕。嘣一声。
Over here.
我点钱呀，应该 kill 钱。呀，
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest.
She says nothing. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everett sent to law school?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries. And
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way...
you are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men. Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence.
Just dock workers? Do dock workers spy on the police? We let you off.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. No one is emotional here. Do your job. Ask your questions, then leave.
敲派欸
Aggressive?
Just dock workers?
Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and...
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is metabolic and circulatory system. Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachol's problems? Yes, them, but also Women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, that sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head, and I am the... Of course you are, Bruta. Of course. Regular law official.
啊？雾面的。 喝钙。不能解开啊！解开要花掉一个哦。来。算了，懒得重来呀。这样就这样吧。
This is where you say your bed.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Wow. The RCM sent us some
Real big dick cops. Look at them.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that.
Must be something in the water in general. Yeah, gave him real.
Yeah. Anyways.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Starting from the right. Boot size 40. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock, and then standard working boot. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, none on his neck. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man in the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46, deep marks. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions.
The fuck is with you, fella? So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened. So
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for...
Chaise électrique.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy boy without arresting all. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest...
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that pine...
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative?
No. I mean the Pines cow. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercy?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experience.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to some...
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNE's.
We couldn't believe it either, but he
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend open.
Yeah, he said...
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her leg. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took...
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Why? 'Cause he was iron.
What kind of mercy?
The kind that showed...
A live grenade.
I can't prove it. Wrong.
From rape. He regrets mentioning...
To kill us all.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt?
No.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
How many people?
Shares
Or send them to...
the River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name.
Oh.
So he's hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless. And
What kind of...
the kind that
A lie.
I can't.
Cause one night,
Really?
yeah.
We couldn't believe...
Sire, this is a serious violation of the character.
Wrong.
From rape. He regrets mentioning it. Hopes
To kill us all.
Yeah. He said it was...
He grabbed some...
Yeah. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then...
No. You're not.
there's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
全关了。
Why? 'Cause he and
What kind of...
the kind that
Alive...
I can't prove it. But I wrong.
From rape. He regrets mentioning it.
To kill us all.
Yeah. He said it...
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. Show me your cunt. Why don't you...
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not. Why? 'Cause so am I. Now. Why? And
What kind of...
the kind that
Alive grenade.
I can't prove it. But I know. Wrong.
From rape. He regrets mention.
To kill us all. If we
Yeah. He said...
He grabbed someone...
Yeah. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt?
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez man. We hanged him up.
Didn't they teach you?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him.
Then we left him.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up. Actually, they're admirable.
进了车，感觉要找更多证据再来。浪费我一堆点数。每次在都跟抽烟。
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine.
贝塔命
Maybe this Kuno kid knows where to find more. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I'm...
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade. See that ladder there?
Does Kuno care? Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo. Not doing the pork pen.
Belying the act. He's actually telling the truth. Or at least 0.00001% of it. He has a little speed. He's just not giving it to you.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen! Kuno doesn't care about this small... Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's...
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters. FALN running down his trouser leg.
Pig, these are found modulars. Liquid fit, performance crotch, urban survival shit. Made it, believe it, you need this shit.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival in the urban wilderness. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan. They will also make you into an idiot.
Look, Kuno ain't seen
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression...
Alright, Pico, shit's... Don't do business! As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains...
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain.
I can't hear you, Kuno. Speak louder, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator.
The kid may have something there. He's already come up with an interrogation technique, too.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal. But
Tell the Kuno who it was. He's curious. He likes putting two...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno. They're trying to get you hooked on the snitching.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. The fuck? A mug in the trash. Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno's...
I can't hear you, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going...
The kid may have...
Kuno doesn't...
Tell the Kuno...
Stop turning into a...
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? Shit, get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
You can't do that, Kuno.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
What?
What is this shit?
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw that coming.
Oh, that? Kuno yeah, to the both of you. Watch your ass in Kuno's town. Oh, that? Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio. Fucks pigs. Oh, that? Kuno decap. Too brutal for you, huh? Kuno fuck your tongue off. Of course you want back in there. Everyone wants back in there. That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to...
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't...
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. you're practically devolving into a fish due to... You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary and buy insane
骗这个小男孩要先解决上面那一个。大概有啲插水。
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take. I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
I come from the woods, good Davidu. You don't want to go there with me. You don't want to see what I've seen.
Don't be traumatizing.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit?
Get the fuck out.
So it's a girl.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Murder was the case? I'll die before I squeal, pig. You don't want to fuck with me.
You can still see the top of her hat from behind the fence.
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
OK， 问呢？啊？去码头玩。
In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. This is a Caprice Canema with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine. Drive even at a standstill. Someone has waxed it recently.
You want to take a closer look? Yes.
It's nice and all, but what? Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. Maybe
and means no.
130.
I reckon that's a 7. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18 GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
Yeah, you know it? Yes, that's right. I'm very impressed that you know these things. 130.
I reckon that's a... Man, that's got to be a major advancement.
7.2. Supercharged. Yes.
It's nice and all, but helium headlights would improve the range and quality of...
Anything else?
Before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says,
"Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?"
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Don't mention it. But also don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course.
He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, it's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
全都选错了。
Before you is with great effort, he straightens himself up.
Welcome, Mr. I'm Everard. I'd offer you my...
He looks extreme.
You go ahead,
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from them.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage should you find yourself more amenable in the future.
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
哎呀呀呀！意志坚定。从这里开始啊！进了色，意志坚定。 质鉴定。哇，直冲！心智，一、心智。买个东西吧。有回体力，还是跟他拼了，不要浪费钱。有点烂。这种游戏还是滑鼠比较方便。倜傥。请加油！
Whoa. In your hand, Pyrrolidon, the double rainbow of synthetic hallucinogens. Rare and gritty. What a funny little cap. Don't let the scary medical warnings throw you off. It's not gonna give you radiation. The container is warm to the touch. Or is that just the anticipation? What is he? Your mother? Is Kim your au pair? You suck a manly dose of the extremely chemical-smelling liquid into your mouth. There, it seeps into your tongue. When you swallow, it's already almost all gone. It tastes like many things. All not really. This warmth, it makes you want to share your discovery with Kim.
I'm happy for you.
His glasses turn golden as the fire. Just don't mix it with anything. Wow, Kim's badass. Look at all these guys go off like fireworks as info. Why not? Please don't actually operate any fire. Already you can tell you're going to be slurping a lot more Pyrrolidon.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a Pyrrolidon button. It gives +1 to Psyche skills. empathy, suggestion, authority.
Before you is a walrus of a man with a mixture of expectation.
Welcome, Mr. I'm Evra. I'd offer you my...
He looks extreme.
You go ahead.
Whatever he has, forget about that. What's with this Dubois?
Please, Mr.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably...
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with... Should you find yourself more amenable...
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or...
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side. Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Very well, Mr. Dubois. I, too, should you find yourself...
Damn, that's a nasty play. He's got you, a Titan of Elysium, in a fork. Guess you just have to sit or leave.
Ah? 我关到我了。
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your side this time. Please, please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized... Very well, Mr. Dubois. I, too, should you find your...
Damn, that's a nasty play. He's got you, a Titan of Elysium, in a fork. Guess you just have to sit or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable... So tell me, how...
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm. You're very... All you feel is cop suffers final heart.
Hey.这鉴定有个屁用
Before you, with great effort, with a mixture of expectation and...
Welcome, Miss... I'm Evra. I'd offer you my hand.
He looks extreme.
You go ahead.
Whatever he has, forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You'll get...
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a Very well, Mr. Dubois. I, too, should you find your...
You're no Titan of Elysium, buddy. He's got you in a fork.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's...
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from us. This should take care. It should be sufficient.
Wow, that's 25 real.
Yes.
With a grin, he...
Don't mention it.
Yeah.
But also, don't forget...
Ah, yeah.
Before you, with a mixture of expectation and...
Welcome, Miss... I'm Ev... I'd offer you my...
He looks...
You go ahead.
Whatever he... Forget about that.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man. So tell me,
The chair you're...
Oh, by the way, I heard you... This should take care... It should be
Wow, that's...
Yes, I know.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Okay, okay. Now, I'd like to set your mind...
His slug-like lips move, but the world is when he said, don't worry. He actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
红色检定，哎，太难了吧！从
Who does this guy think
成
you
功
are? Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun, or unpaid bill, or forgotten name. You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him. Fuck yes. You're part of the old guard, the ancient guard, the most corrupt, unholy cops in the land. Chill out. The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He seems to be enjoying your little display. Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters. Why, thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish for dignity.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a lawman. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, Detective?
Somehow you managed to get yourself out of this one. Now quick, keep the momentum up. Ask questions. Whatever you do, don't ask him about the gun first. You don't want him thinking you're scared.
Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry! You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard? Don't worry, Harry. Between you and me, I'm not a huge fan of his race thing. But anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary...
You want to send someone a message?
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsura. Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud, blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here. You're one of us now. A real red and white union. Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't... Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic...
I think the odds of that are very...
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did...
Words flow like a river of honey from his lips. I guess word has already reached him. No matter. No harm done. It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind?
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first. As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real...
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should...
He got the name from the Census Bureau.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. See you soon, Debad. Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit... Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground. Your gun will be found.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
I don't know what that means, Harry, but I love it. I love your initiative. No, don't even tell me what was going on. Alcoholic brew, stronger, stopped it, strike. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is...
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Mr. Dubois, every worker... That's right, Mr. Dubois. I see the socialist democratic fervor now burns in your heart too. Yes, yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead.
Hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help.
This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name on...
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Polar weasel? Oh. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. Means we keep out of each other's business.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big...
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Evera.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. All of it. However, right now we want...
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people, or...
No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something, even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I... Just the way the world works, boyadero.
第一次跳飞。
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable... I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disorder. The old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. Besides, there are no non-corrupt...
This man has political theory, and it has not failed him today.
Sure. I've had the necessary free time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most... It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco, that of a noble peasant, or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No. No. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as...
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable... I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men.
He's not lying.
Understood.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. Sure, I'm glad it's not...
上个厕所。
In the morning light, the white do something. This is with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition. Even at a stand, someone has waxed it recently.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7. Man, that's got to be a major advancement.
7.2. Supercharged. 130.
I reckon, man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18GU.
Yeah, you know it? Yes, that's right. 130.
I reckon, man, that's got to be.
You lost me there. The Kinema is fast.
Armel Ryu Supersonic, a racing motorbike for the road, could probably do.
Yes.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. You want to help? Thank you for the...
He liked the idea.
Yes.
It's nice and all, but helium headlights would improve the range.
Sorry, I'm not...
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning. Those spinners were elegant, sleek, radiant even. Porno. That's short for...
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same is true with the modifications you're proposing.
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though. Yes.
It's nice and all. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of...
Sorry,
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning. Porno.
The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one...
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though. Yes.
It's nice and all. Helium headlight.
Sorry.
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning. Porno.
The sole purpose of...
I'm sincerely relieved I don't have to try.
是。哦。
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then?
Amphetamine. Sweet. The lieutenant, there's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade. See that ladder?
Amphetamine. The lieutenant, there's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally.
No. I'm just a regular detective, thank you very much. Of course, detective.
Yeah, swift.
See that ladder there? It's...
那边好像有个楼梯。
An old call box. East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you.
Hello? Me?
She doesn't really want to be If she's such a working-class woman, why?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working-class woman. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
Mm-hmm. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example...
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know.
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... No. Why are we...
It's got to be something else then. Why else would you be asking her if it wasn't?
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but...
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get...
I don't even have...
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Great. Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore. Wonderful. The store is open.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not miss...
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
What? That's just... They're almost grown up now anyway. My youngest girl, Jolie, is just shy of 16. Why do you need to know this? Haven't I repeatedly told you that they're not missing? That they're in Jamrock, safe and well? That there is no investigation here. I can tell you that.
Okay, it must be asked then. What are you doing here? Why are you pursuing this? Is it the woman before you?
在这。
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of... The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding Bob.
会死了。
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
Oh, crime, Robert. You're a police officer, apparently.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly. Turns out that there are so many different You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title. Slowly, you move your hand.
换个手套好了。
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. Slowly, you move.
第12排。
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak. You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is.
I don't mean to.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great... Wonderful. The story's open. I don't mean to
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this.
I don't even have...
It's a trap.
Even if I had? Great. Wonderful.
The woman.
Mm-hmm. 奇怪，我不是拿到书了吗？
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer, known for their intelligence. This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as pet owners also report moodiness. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent. Ouch. That must hurt. Not great for the neighbors. Performing. Yes, birdie. This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often in the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. It must be glorious to behold. Dark pink. Despite its banging name, the Bang Bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoese forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and... Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? You're right. You're the mediocrity embodied. This unsung bird belongs on your heraldry. Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you?
The woman before... This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Yeah.
Are you trying to sneak up on me?
Apparently, she doesn't like logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out! Trying to snuff me out! Don't get fucking clever with... Trying to sneak... Trying to sneak...
There must be another way into the building.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
This
It's been a week.
反应速度，上面3道键。3道是什么？哇，行有。
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from... You knock silently.
I guess no one is in.
I was uncertain. Oh, yeah. 呀，看到啊。
There must be another way into the building.
Right 这里了。
This must be... You knock silently.
I guess no one is in.
The door is slick with... In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an... I mind that the local thug is using the... On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrart we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it. Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. The sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully no one heard. There might be important information in the apartment. I mean,
超级迷人。
this is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the... It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is...
By old-fashioned, the lieutenant does not bow to the flag. It accepts your salute. A row of mugs sits on the shelf, each one a little ring. Though cheerful, the image, there's something disdainful in the way the curves and lines. It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity. You ain't gonna change. The lieutenant picks up one of...
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container, and now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot...
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other...
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here.
There must be another way into the building.
这是进到屋内，再一次 进到屋内的监视。
Mr. Dubois, every worker, member of the board. How can I help you today? I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you?
He's trying to figure out if you're lying.
The Weasel is no true patriot, Harry. He prays every night for the downfall of the Union and spits upon the name of the King.
He was testing you, and you succeeded.
Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is gonna be good. Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment? You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to do...
Yes, yes. Do you think this Weasel is some...
Oh, no. I don't cross paths like that.
Oddly, it seems to be true.
Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are neat freaks. If you don't mind me saying so, I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right?
Would he? I'm not so sure about it.
Oh, you're too kind, Harry. Way too kind. I know I'm not a real police officer. You are. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flatcaps. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire?
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts, hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Saramaritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village elephant. No, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical and so is the village, but the mercs and their brutality are very real. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out and trees.
What makes you think the Wild Pines negotiator can't control them?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base. There's a militant wing inside the Union, a group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly.
That sounds a bit like organized crime.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow.
Again, that sounds like organized crime.
So these idealists killed our victim?
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land." He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them.
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. That's their MO. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and start beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates.
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of those guys looks big enough to take down that proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometime.
Wait, the girl by the whirling, who was keeping an eye on you. Is he talking about her?
I did that, didn't I? She thinks of herself as a guerrilla fighter. These middle-class kids and the books they read are crazy, Harry. I think she would rather be an insurgent than a lawyer. I hope it's a phase. Oh, they are simply fine young men, all 7 of them. Exemplary. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and they...
Interesting. Who's second in command?
They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best... Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women... You know what, Harry? I got a feeling they're going to show up in full force tomorrow.
The lieutenant marks something in his notebook.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk. Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real.
The lieutenant watches you pocket the banknote. He looks a little puzzled.
Good boy, a real team player. Now, do you have any more questions? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. But it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet. Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want to, but I just can't.
A man of the left? So you have to be a social democrat? He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
You're saying it, but I don't believe you. You know how it is, company snitches, agent provocateurs everywhere. I'm barricaded in this
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta.
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm gonna hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can. deliberately omitting things.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get those teenagers off drugs. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry. They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings. Right next to a fancy new youth centre, designed by the best architects from Stella Marie.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing in my life. I would never let anything bad happen to them. We're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez, not just the harbour. You bring joy to my heart, Harry. Such a pleasure to be working with you. Here. You need to get signatures from Isabel Sadie and Lillian Carter. The cul-de-sac is right past the pawn shop and across the canal. I hear there is some trouble with the water lock, but they should fix it by Wednesday morning. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then I'll know you're a solid socialist. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like brainstorming these things with you. By all means, Harry, what's on your mind?
缺钱啊！
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Slide it, the drawer slides.
Went native on the chief, huh? Those ballerina antics were...
Wrong. You did the right thing with Measurehead. The ballerina antics won you the fight.
Let's talk about our right to work. What's it to you? No.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain in Jamrock. Backgrounds and worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here.
Sei.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions, just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets... Not much. I don't have a fresh...
天哪，捡破烂！变成捡破烂的。
You see two lowly, defeated speakers Thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep...
A pair of found
Those sneakers, mister.
only found ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine?
What's up?
These once respectable speakers have been a small heat embossed.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. Well, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If on the other hand...
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman. Well, but see, if on the other...
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. No, officer. You're a high... You do, officer, you do. Remember, we don't have to resort to socialism. We can have nice things too. At socialist prices.
有钱啊！
There are clothes in...
Don't be shy.
Save the economy. That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash. Look around, officer. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? That's the spirit. We've all got to do our part.
You find your hands deep. The box smells like...
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand. Buy second-hand. Keep the economy... You keep coming back. Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to... Very cool. The economy thanks you, officer.
Something cold grazes your hand.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You see a samurai. The name, Sileng.
Happy shopping, officer. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. You're very...
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer. Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown? Good one, officer. You're a funny guy. Now, what can I do for you?
He does not need your money. Please disregard that. We're just here to ask some questions.
Of course. Fire away. Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there.
Oh, okay. An investment? What kind of investment? I hear you, officer. What kind of a sum are we talking about here? Officer, do I look like a drug lord? Sounds like a fair deal all around.
Corruption.
It's just like bus or seagull. A kid watching out of a window.
钱钱，没钱会死人。
Everything's still cool here. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers. Good joke, officer.
You glance around the decrepit.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their...
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city...
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interest.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this...
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn.
Yeah, that's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what... No need for discounts at sea.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. Anything for you. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shells?
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
No problem here, officer.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
What?
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer. I'm just a retail...
Interesting.
Wow, you work hard. I know you're in a hurry. Oh, yes. You hustle. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are a little. You make money. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. You didn't log that in as a donation either. Can't say that. You should. He did. Yeah, you're in the sales business. Sure. And has it been easy? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Boo-hoo. The Gart man has set himself up one of those self... Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrant... That's right. 100... Our tax is almost non-existent in the Gossamer state. That is Revachol. You and I both, but they got those 98% of all your money. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people.
Everything's still cool here, officer. You mean...
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here.
It is! Practically free. No problem here.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
Oh, he's a good guy.
Interesting.
Me?
This man probably comes from Seaguy. sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
That's right, officer. But it's a bad scene for business there. Hey! Why not support this local entrepreneur? Me?
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Lieutenant. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the sea...
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. But the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left. If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know. Me?
This man probably comes... The Lieutenant. Apricot Suzerainty.
Very cool. I admire your... That's so cool, officer. Speaking of... Me?
This man probably comes from the Apricot Suzerainty.
Very cool. I admire you. No, it's very cool, officer. You're a cool...
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small...
You like sunglasses, officer?
Abort. These are hideous.
Damn, officer. You...
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you seriously with these things on your face.
No, you are definitely not buying those. No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe. And the shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. Oh, very interesting choice, officer. Very high.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've become alright, but these actually make your vision worse.
Wow, officer. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
A good starter pair, officer. And when you're ready to upgrade, come back and see me.
可以涨价。看看能卖多少钱。 说其实也没那么多。
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle.
杰克，金牌弹，就是一个瓶子一搅就对了。就咁谈妹喎，用彩虹让它不错呢。6、6。钱没捡到。结果没啥垃圾。移动的话，好像时间不会跑。这已经有20块了，应该可以过一天了。
Hey, up here, piggo. Yeah, you better keep walking.
leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Beaton, my maiden name. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from a...
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just...
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group. Of course, Detective. You're back. Good. What can... Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos.
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a... It's for crossing long distances.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's...
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Before you do, it will be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata. Good. What can I help you? Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are.
Technically, the...
Okay, if you want to get technical. I haven't...
Actually, it's for crust.
Neither is this.
You need to make this lady and... Why, what? Stop thinking. Take her down. You're not? Okay then.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. I mean...
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is...
I haven't seen anyone else.
Actually, it's for crust.
Neither is this.
You need to make this late. Before you do, it will be pertinent to ask other questions.
Oh my. The E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption?
Detective,
Then what does that say? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here?
She takes a sip.
You're back? Why, yes I am. Of course there are. Yes, we are.
Technically.
Okay, if you want... I haven't...
Actually, it's for crust.
Neither is...
You need, before you do, it will be pertinent to ask other...
Oh my. The E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol...
Detective.
Then what does that... 33A? This old pro...
The synapses flesh.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you, they drove quite a hard bargain for this space. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat. The boat? No. It is called Cor de Lady 19 because it's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated my sloop. I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview.
Officer, I...
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good. You're back. Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics, and that is the terminal.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes, companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, Century, Son Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last 20 billion is a large number. But the conglomerate employs 72... A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system, you know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, you mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen. You're back. Good. Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vest.
What the man means is that
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments that gives me the... Why? By throwing...
You'd be shooting...
But I am derailing. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait. She just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like...
But the strike began in this...
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more...
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh, yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one, of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say...
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
Wow.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see. Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic. Repel. What I can do for you is You have?
Finally. Time to choose sides.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic. Verm-like.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share any... How could I stop you?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting. Tell her she'll like you for it.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume... Why, if I may ask? Why make them more dry...
Yes, Detective. What were you hoping to accomplish with this strange thing?
Very curious. A very curious thing to do.
Truly. But that's how he operates.
What else? Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
Perhaps he is.
A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Such referrals may sometimes get you information from a man like Everard.
Detective, I advise you to be very selective with what information you choose to share. This may have consequences beyond our line of sight.
Yes, that's the talk about town. The Hardy Boys, they're called. Find the name rather amusing, honestly. Misinformation. This is all because we haven't shared information on the lynching yet. See? Already the adversary uses it to their advantage. Don't let him. Hurry up on that probe. The moment you tell me you're finished at the traffic jam, I will gladly tell you the company's side of the story.
She must really want you to look into the drugs. Otherwise, she'd tell you.
你的感觉跟那个胖子一样重要。
How benevolent. Hopefully they'll help you sort this whole business out, if they haven't already.
We cannot discuss the specifics of an ongoing investigation, ma'am. Besides, you haven't exactly been forthcoming yourself.
That is only fair. Well, I hope it yields something. Otherwise, you'll have opened that door for naught. Anything else? I wouldn't have taken Everard for a saber rattler. Was he surrounded by Union men he wanted to impress?
No, it was more like he wanted things to get worse. In secret, of course.
Or he wants you and me to believe he's calm and in control.
There's always that risk, ma'am. But if I may offer my opinion, he means it.
I'll think it over, Detective. Thank you for relaying this information to me.
Have I underestimated the Union's ferocity? She has to ask herself by now.
What you've said is quite enough. You've given me a lot to consider, and may have helped me prevent this conflict from escalating. Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Where did... Ah, yes. I've been meaning to go there.
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange. Why does she want to go there?
A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it. Go ahead. Help him. Make it so. I have no power to stop him. I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in Martinez. He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Not that it matters. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it... Not overly so. It's not like this was the only place we visited. Me and my girlfriends from Azon with our shiny boats. Like reavers. We told ourselves we were the worst thing to happen to the coast since the Coalition landed in 08. Imagine. Yes. I'm sad I'll never have the time, Detective. I've always wanted a dilapidating fishing village.
She is more defensive about it than usual.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Has this errand yielded you any information? Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road? Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
哇，成长了。1小时吧，那个好。感觉短时间呢，就不是什么好东西。
You're back. Good. What can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
What?
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. Speak up, please. Oh, dear. Some kind... I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you get...
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Ah.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
循循善诱。
Feelings will guide the way.
100。循循善诱。哦，装备了。哦。循善诱，马子家。哟。心智太低了。之前那个只能吃一次，哇，加一个好了。
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Quite a few information I'm to share with you in...
Of course, ma'am. And this is...
Oh. I see. So, oh dear. I do believe...
As I said...
Of course, I sympathize.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. Feelings will guide the way.
哇！我讨厌死了。死了不知道死多少次。
You're back. Good. Quite a few. The information.
Of course. And...
Oh, I do.
As I...
Of course.
She's a professional negotiator.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with Your authority and resources might turn over, or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be...
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands. No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time?
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you look.
You could request a new one from the station.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also...
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far... Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbor into the city. Once they reach Jamrock,
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green, like the River Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Thousands of liters of raw ingredients will pour on...
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you're... We did. On more than one occasion.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged...
Well, here's your chance, officers. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of...
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to...
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the round. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. This reality.
Yes, reality is yours. An experimental side case.
Ah, yes, the episode.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only...
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
She nods slowly. What this boils down to is this reality thing, yes, and lie about it too, to her.
Of course. Well. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
无可能传奇难度。
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Any...
终于谈完了。也要休息啊。感谢收看，拜拜。